Fine. Let's start up YouTube. Oh, interesting that it placed that there. Okay. But it's working. Okay. So, we're back in for more blueprints today. This will likely be the last session for a while. Because the main reason why I wanted to start this again is because, like I said, the idea is tomorrow and Thursday I won't be streaming because of Christmas holidays. Probably not streaming Friday as well. That's still kind of up in the air, but the general consensus is that I likely won't stream on Friday, and if I do, it's just a late Christmas present for everyone. But I should be back to streaming on Saturday, at which point we'll be back into Ryza. Because I've been pushing that up for a couple weeks at this point. Just on and off. Missed a few streams for family reasons because the holiday seasons. And I didn't want to have just a single Ryza stream, which is how we got into Blueprints in the first place. But that does mean if we're going to reach Room 46, we have to do it today. We're on day 11. Yeah, some of it has been bad choices by me. Like, we actually had a chance to do it last run. Because we drafted the greenhouse. But I had also drafted a dark room. And I didn't turn on the lights. And I didn't go in there. It's like, we had the utility box. Like, okay, well, the run's over. Let's see what we would have missed in here. I'm sure there was no broken lever in here. There's a broken lever inside. Blueprints still doesn't handle well with the VTuber model. Why is that? Yeah, because like the model's fine if I'm all tabbed out. And it's just the opening room. I don't even know why. It's Blueprints. It's not really... The other game I'm playing right now is Mass Effect Andromeda. That handled this just fine, but for whatever reason, Blueprints is just like, nah, you have issues. And it's mostly just in the... what is it called? Entrance hall. It's like, it's fine now. Okay, but let's see what this other room is today. We could go with the root cellar, shelter, or tool shed. Let's go with the tool shed. Okay, starting with a shovel and a lockpick. You'll let me pick it up. Okay. Funnily enough, because we got the shovel, we actually probably would like the root cellar. But if we had taken the root cellar, we would have gotten the shovel. Okay. But let's see what options we have. So we can have the bedroom to go right, the nook or the pantry going... Oh, sorry, the bedroom going left, the nook or the pantry going right. You'll notice I do that a lot, where it's like I'll mix up my left and right. It's not because I don't know my left and my right. It's, again, from my time in VFX. Because screen left and screen right is reversed because it's based off of the characters. And my brain just naturally transitions to that. Okay. Yeah, let's go with the Nook. We'll draft these first. Because we're already going that way with the Nook, I'm fine with the closet to get 2 items. It's a gem first and a reroll die. Okay. And this path. Den will be good. We'll go with Den. But I do want the key. So we'll go through this path. Okay, well, we're gonna reroll this. Because that's just a dead end. I don't want to cut it off that quickly. Go spare room. But I'll turn around here. Go down this way now. Okay. Well, again, dead end, or use all of our gems. So I guess we'll use all our gems, but I'll regret that, I'm sure. Can you get me a storeroom? No, you cannot. And I can't get the commissary. Guess we'll do pantry. Hey, we got an orange. So, still gain step from going in here. Okay. I do think we need the gem. And the 2 keys will be very nice. Ooh. Oh. I was gonna say, I didn't know that we could get a dig spot in here. Dig spot had nothing. Okay. This one is already cursed. I'm expecting to get to day 12 relatively quickly, if I'm honest. Well, this will at least give us 2 ways to go. I can't see what dinner is, though. Okay. So we could get gems back with the commissary. This would give us 2 gems. Without costing us a gem. This could get us other items as well. I think I'll go commissary. I'm not seeing any gems in there, by the way. We'll take the sledgehammer, because that way if we get any chests, we can get them for free. And sleeping mask, because you haven't dropped any bedrooms yet. Go hallway. Okay. Guess here we'll go dark room. But we won't go in it just yet. See if I can see any broken levers. Don't think that's what's it. Okay. Well, this one is boned. Can't take these. This only goes down. Hey, look, a sleeping mask and sledgehammer came in use. Oh no, no gems in here though. Just more dying money that we can't use. I can't use that. I mean... I'm tempted to put the sleeping mask in here. So you don't want to put the shovel or the sledgehammer because whatever item you put in here, you cannot get in a regular run. That it makes it so the only way you can get the item is specifically through the code check. So it's like, if you put a shovel in here, if you don't draft the code check, you can't use dig spots. So you put the sledgehammer in here, you can't open chests for free. Sleeping masks we can usually get in a bunch of places. No, I don't think I want to put anything in there. So let's redraw. Okay, let's go with corridor. Sure, let's end with the parlor. Let's do the logic game. As long as there's no blank one. This box is the middle box. False. The gems are in the middle box. Maybe true or false. This box is the middle box. False. So because these two are false, this has to be true, which means the gems are in here. That one was easy. Okay. But we're now completely blocked off. That's... I don't even know what I could have done to prevent that from happening. It's pretty much the only thing that would have happened is instead of taking the commissary, if I had taken the parlor up there, because that would have allowed us to have gems at that point, because there was an option to go up if we had the gems. But we also had $17. A lot of times gems are being sold in the commissary, and you can get more that way. So I still stand by the decision. It just didn't pan out. But that's okay. Let's go on to day 12. That does answer the side of the stream on if my luck has changed. No. It has not. Okay. Grab that. Okay. Oh, we have the tomb. Okay. Let's go with that. Because this is the first time actually seeing the tomb. Notice there's all of the statues, like we saw in the chapel. Each of your journey comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? So yeah, you notice we have these statues, and we can interact with them. In the chapel, there was the pane glasses that were numbered. If I can now remember. Don't remember the order off by heart. And because I'm not writing notes, gonna have to hope we draft the chapel. I remember which one is first. I don't remember the order after that. Okay. Hey! Perfect chapel. Okay. So, go in here. Notice 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah. 1 is the hoe. The item, not the angel. 2 is pizza. 3 is pitch. 4 is chimney. Hoe, pizza, pitch, chimney. Broom. Hoe, pizza, pitch, chimney, broom. Racing crop. And scepter. Hoe, pizza, pitch, chimney. Broom. Let's go back. Pizza, pitch, chimney, broom. Okay. Oh. Pizza. Where's the pitch? Ah. Pitch. Chimney. Boom. Crop. Scepter. Yeah. Okay. That creates another secret door, which brings us down here. Giant arrow pointing this way, but it's a dead end. There's also this statue with part of a map. Don't have the entire thing just yet, though. But we were able to mess with all the other ones, so what happens if we mess with this one? The dead end is not the end. He's also pointing at a specific spot in the reservoir on the map. Up here. The other part, another part of the map from over there. We know this to the right because that one had part of the basement there. So we know that there's a buried floor plan somewhere, though I don't think we could see it on that map. Or this one. An upgrade disc. So we'll want to find security. Or the office, or lab. But there's this boat, which we can't get to because the water's too high. But this is the reservoir, so we know that if we lower the water level by, I think, 1, this should go down more. But we need to get the pump room for that. And then there's this door that we can't do anything with. Which we've seen another one of those doors at the base of the fountain. So for now, there's nothing here. But we now know this is here. This won't take a step. Oh, no. Yeah, no, that doesn't show the plan. That's not the one I want to look at. The one in here. Oh, right. This way. We have this area. Can't gain access to. We have this cut. Whoops. Hold A. We can pull out of the way. But we still can't get by. But considering we're able to pull that, we'll want to leave that there. Right. Is there a 10? No. Well, at least not that I can see. It's possible it might be visible with the magnifying glass, but I can't see it on there. Yeah, there's the exit. Okay, so we're gonna want to draft security and or lab or office to use this upgrade disc. We'll want to get the pool to lower the reservoir. I don't really want to use corridor so soon. And we needed the gem for security anyways. Okay. I'm not making the same mistake twice when it comes to gems. Okay. The gem's in a box with a statement containing the letter U. This by itself contains the letter U, so if that's true, that could be itself. The blue box is true, also contains the letter U. The gem's in a box with a statement containing the letter B. Okay. So this does not have U. So if this is false, it's in here. This has B because it's a wood box. This is wood box. Blue has to be true. And if blue is true, white is true, which means black has to be false because we need at least one false, which means the gems on a box with a statement not containing the letter U, which is only blue. No. Grab the gem, please. Thank you. Okay. So Nook makes this a dead end. Kitchen keeps going. We did waste a lot of steps outside. We still have 2 gems. I think I'd prefer... Like, den's not bad here, but I might prefer holding that for later. So yeah, we'll go kitchen. Okay. So I want green room so that... I'm gonna eat just the club sandwich. I'm gonna keep the remaining 10 coins for now. Ooh, bugger! Okay, let's just go with closet. Gem and metal detector is nice. Okay. Hallway. Commissary doesn't go to a dead end, at the very least. Go with spare room. Let's go through commissary. Really, game? Let's get the shovel. And I will buy 1 gem. Coin. Well, this is the only way to keep going up. Or not. I'm on row 3, by the way. And the 2 paths going up are security doors. Okay, well, I'm taking this because this has already basically ended the run, but at least we can use the upgrade disc. Because I was terrified I was going to lose this because we didn't have a chance to run into security. Okay, so we can upgrade the Nook. And the options we have is just make the Nook give us 2 keys. Make it the breakfast Nook, which still only has the 1 key, but we gain bacon and eggs, which will be 10 steps and add the morning room to a drafting pool, which you've seen in the kitchen a couple times. Or the reading Nook, where we'll get the library as one of the options next to this room every single time. Some ones we might want this if we want to like check out a specific book. There have been times where I've wanted extra keys. I think because like also keep in mind what the morning room does is that the next day you will start with 2 gems, as well as gaining 2 gems when you go in there. I think bacon and eggs breakfast nook is the best option. I can see arguments for this one. I don't really see a reason you would want this one the most. Unless you're specifically looking for a library, which I don't think you would want every single run. So we'll go breakfast nook. Where? Okay. The other thing I want to actually mention, because I remembered this after a while. We'll log into the network. We'll see if we can do it for here. We might have to go to the actual room. One. Swan song. Okay. Electronic mail. Oh. I did that wrong. Hold on. There it is. Remote terminal access. Reactive terminal. Let's turn on the office. Okay. Not really reason to do that. Oh, I can't do it from here. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to draft the office for that. Okay. Then I won't spoil what that is just yet. I guess guest bedroom could theoretically have a key code. Nope. Just a gem. I mean, there would be a breakfast nook, but we have nowhere to go. But it is also the only... Because we do know that an item can spawn on the counter when you go in. I've only ever seen the coupon book there. But it's possible that maybe a key card could be drafted there. I've never seen anything extra show up in the pantry. I've never seen anything show up in the drawing room. So if there's a way for us to get a key card, it'll be this. But this is likely it. Okay, so other items can get here, but just a magnifying glass today. Yeah, it's like plus 10 steps at the morning room. But we can't do anything because even though we're on rank 3, both of the doors going up are security doors. That basically our only option to prevent that would have been to, after we got security, have had the utility closet as an option to turn off the security doors. Which I wasn't really thinking we might have actually had the ability to do that. But I don't think we saw that as an option. If we did, oops. But still, why is 2 security doors on row 3? Let's call it a day. Yeah, small cottage. I wonder why. Okay, at the bare minimum, we've upgraded a Nook, and we solved the tomb puzzle. That we know that there's something underground with some mechanical, like, gear thing. But we can't do anything with that unless we get the pool to lower the reservoir by 1. And now that we solved those angel statues, that will always be solved. We don't have to solve that every single time now. It's one of those permanent changes. Shelter protects us from 3. Red rooms, root cellars. Have us get dig spots more often. Shelter will also give us a gem because we've opened that save. I will go shelter. And we will go in. Grab that. Yeah. Let's set up our experiment. Okay, remote access, reactor terminals, lab. Okay, set up experiment. Experiment. So, spread dirt on the driveway. Add 3 aquariums to today's draft pools. Okay, we could do that immediately. While drafting, if you draw a drawing room. So this is specifically the drawing room plan, but it's just when it shows up, you don't have to actually use it at that point. It's just if it ever shows up in those 3 options, it counts as that. Immediately set yourself to 40. That's literally just terrible. I don't know if we'll have a shovel in order for the spread dirt to really matter. I think we want to add 3 aquariums. And honestly, I don't think we want more than just 3, because it costs gems to use. So it's like, I don't want one of these because all of a sudden we could have it ourselves constantly being filled with it. So I'm just going to say immediately add 3 aquariums. Because I'm not really a huge fan of any of these options, if I'm honest. It's like, we could obviously not just do an experiment, but 3 aquariums isn't bad. Okay. Okay. Can we do something inside the house? Den will be nice with the extra aquariums. Breakfast nook will also be nice in order to get the bacon and eggs. And the morning room. And honestly, same with parlor. We'll have the gems this time. Okay, solve this first. The white box does not have a statement. That is true. The gems in a box with a statement. Okay. If this is true, it would be in either one of these boxes. If this is false, it'll be here. If this is true, that would mean that this would have to be false. Because both of these would be true. If this is false, this could be true or false. But either way, just looking at these statements, ignoring, like, the boxes, ignoring this is the only thing where it says that they would be gems. There's no... If this is true, it could be in either blue or black. If this is false, it would only be white. And it's the only statement where it points to where the gems would be. So that to me means this has to be false. So the gems will be in white, right? Yes. So, I got that right. But I still don't know whether blank is true or false. I do want to go over here before going too far. So we can get the morning room into a pool. Okay. Let's go chapel. I was going to say, I ran in there so fast, we didn't lose a coin. It's sheltered. It had nothing to do with my speed running into the room. Okay. So this would block that off down below. But would give us 2 gems, so it'll be up to 5. This costs us a gem, allow us to go down. That would also allow us to go down, but not do anything. I want the gems. Knowing that we have 4 aquariums that cost gems, I really want the gems this time. There's a digs. Oh, coin purse. Okay. There's an aquarium. Okay. I'm actually gonna hold off going up there. And we'll go through the gem, because we'll want to grab that gem that's in there. Ooh, and there's also a chest here. We don't have the sledgehammer, though, but if we do get one, want to remember that's there. Honestly, I'm glad I got the aquariums. Okay, there's another dig spot here. Yeah, and I did also forget, if you remember, it's like, there was these when I had the shovel before, with the archive pointer something there. Also, the laundry room. So there's something in there for the archive as well. Okay. That allows us to go back to the outside. Yeah. Ooh, banana. Why? Why do you feel the need to always go down? We'll take the bedroom. Okay, there's another chest there. If we get a sledgehammer. Which we could get from commissary. We could also get it from the closet. Good, you allow us to go down to the bottom corner. Think about the commissary. Okay, we didn't get a sledgehammer, but we did get a shovel. And then we get the sleeping mats, which will immediately give us 5 steps when we go back through there. Don't have enough for the salt shaker though, or the metal detector. Yeah, so we'll get 5 steps from going back through here. Oh, I just realized. Because these aquariums count as red rooms, they use the other 2 shelters. Whip. That's that way, right? Yeah. Will this be a turnip as well? No. Okay. I was wondering if... Because I saw that both of them had dig spots, whether they would have the exact same item in both. Okay. I think I care about it going up more than to the right. No, because the aquarium's going up. Let's go spare. Okay, well, it's a dead end. We can get keys. But we're down to a single path again. End the run. Single path. Let's go with the single path, shall we? So we'll want the boiler room for the main course. Let's go hallway. Dining room won't end our run, so let's go with that. Cloister gives us 4 doors. It uses all of our gems, though. Boudoir goes down. Aquarium doesn't head up. Let's go Cloister. Okay. This south door. Not use my key if I don't have to. I would love the courtyard. But no gems. Let's go corridor. I mean, we can't get these 2, so wine cellar. So at least give us 3 gems. I believe this is the first time coming in here as well. There's family crest. Ooh. Battery pack is nice. Okay, nothing else in here. Okay, so both of these doors are locked. We'll use a key. Foyer. We want foyer. It doesn't help us with anything specifically right now. This could give us the secret garden key, potentially. But I want foyer for another reason. Okay, because we haven't got this room before. We have these chests. Busts. They're the different members of the family in the past. So we have Major Nicholas Key the Fourth, Baron Thomas Sinclair, Lord William Epson, Count Isaac Gates, Baron Edwin Sinclair, and Ariana. If we remember in the office, we needed to look for this guy. His name is Count Isaac Gates. In the office, there was that note saying much of the counts. This, and it's to open the safe puzzle that was behind one of his busts. This puzzle is if we count small gates, 8 dates cracks 8 safes. His last name is Gates. Much is the 3rd month. So that's how you solve that one. That's how I couldn't remember at the time. Because I couldn't remember that his name was Gates. So yeah, we have to count the small statues of him. And then it takes place in March. Because it's much of the count. Well, dead end, or single path that used the last gem. So we'll go with that, I guess. What do we get from the store today? Farmer's apple and slice, so a lot of steps, which won't matter if I can't go anywhere. Passageway would have been so good right now. Because all the doors will automatically be unlocked because of the foyer. But you can't grab that. That blocks it off. We'll go with the dark room, I guess. I don't see any items, but we might not be able to see them until after it's the breaker has been flipped and we fix it. I'm just gonna go back this way. Very funny game. I can't get that. That would give us the gem, to be fair, but it blocks off this path. I think I'd prefer the West Wing Hall. We know this door will be unlocked, because it's a hallway. Library lets us continue. Did we check out a book last time? We did. The History of Orinda. This book was reviewed and cleared for publication by the Fen Area Central Board of Education. It's been edited to conform to our department's standards, including the omission of sections deemed inaccurate or unsuitable for public dissemination. So we blocked out a bunch. The name used to designate the realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of the elder generation. We must permit our leaders to enjoy us to abandon our past. Most historians mark the beginning. You know what? Too many pages. I also think... Oh, right. No, yeah, we already read this last time. I got this because... Like, we did read this book before, but this note made it sound like if we got this the second time, it would be uncensored, but it's still censored. So nothing with that. I mean... Get the mail room, I guess. So at least we can start the next day with something. But we don't have a reason to go inside. I mean, we have plenty of steps. Just in case there's an item in here, like a key code or something that we might need. Nope. Guess we're gambling in the dark room. Yes, I'm gonna go through the dark room because the door south of the cloister is locked. And I don't want to use the last key for that. This one. Well. More steps. And that's why I didn't want to go down south of the cloister. Well, gem we don't have, but this one. Show me path upwards. Nope. Oh, actually. Yeah, it does. Well, less likely to find items in the house, which sucks, but... I do believe this is the first time actually going in here as well, because never really wanted to grab it. The day we have Jeddah finally arrived is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following, the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All living staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. Mrs. Babbage. The main use of this room and that note is to tell you that November 6th was our first day. Because no one was here, so they had to leave before our first day on the 6th. So that was to help with the shelter time puzzle, so we know what day it is. But I don't think there's anything else in here. Awesome. Well, we got the path up, so I'm thankful for the game for that. But the commissary didn't have any keys. Don't see anything else that would have helped us. Nope. GG, go next day. But at the bare minimum, we've now seen the foyer. So next time we draft the office, we now know how to solve that puzzle to get us another free gem. We just have to draft the office, which we need gems for. We did also get the mailroom, so we'll be starting today with extra stuff. That'll help as well. Okay. What are we starting with? Amateur lockpick, sleeping mask, and 2 keys. Oh yeah, we did also get the morning room, so we're starting with 2 gems as well. So this is a pretty good starting spot, all things considered. We have 2 keys, potentially extras if the lockpick plays nice. Okay. So we have the trading post to trade items. The hovel, which we don't really want. I mean, it would fix the gem issue that we're having. Root cellar, but again, we don't really have a shovel. We haven't taken this trading post yet, right? No. Well, let's take that. We obviously don't have anything to trade at this time. But let's see if there's anything inside. Oh, wait, no, we do have items. So we could trade the lockpick for Lucky Rabbit's foot. I think I prefer the lockpick. All things. Actually, the Lucky Rabbit foot might be better off the bat because it means we'll be more likely to find items. Sleeping Master Salt Shaker is definitely no. Considering we're also starting with 2 keys, I think, yeah, I will go with the Lucky Rabbit's foot. Because it'll be more likely to find extra items laying around. I don't want to trade it for the coupon book, though. Dynamite. A little too dangerous to pick up. Ooh. What color? Okay, so we need to get yellow into these corners. This rotates it around it. I think that. Oh no, I messed that up. It's supposed to be that because it skips itself. And then we can go that. Yay. More allowance. Doesn't help us today, but it will for future days. Okay. That's all that was here. See if this Lucky Rabbit's foot can help us with our luck problems. Okay, bedroom would give us 5 steps. So we'll go with that. I won't go in just yet, though. Pool. We wanted the pool because we want the pump room. This is also the only one that lets us go to the corner as well. Okay, and we will go with breakfast nook. Yeah. Get the morning room. There's a chance for 2 more gems as well. Don't want to use the corridor so early. Please at least sell gems. Well, we got a shovel. And a sledgehammer. We can't get both, though. Let's go with the sledgehammer so that if we find chests, we can open them to potentially get gems without having to spend keys. Because the shop, we can't get gems from dig spots. And gems are what we're hurting on the most right now. Okay, well, both of these head downwards. Both will give us 2 gems. But this will give us 2 gems to more as well. So we'll go with this. And that gives us the shovel. Because we were 1 coin short. This lets us save 1. Okay, so we can get the shovel on our way back. We'll put the parlor here. Get some more gems. I mean, assuming we can solve the puzzle anyways. Okay. The other 2 boxes are empty. The other 2 boxes are blue, so that's false. The other 2 boxes are true. That has to be false because we know that this is false. Which means this is true, so the gems are in here. Not because it's true, but because of the statement on the box. Okay. Go in here finally. No items. Okay, office. It also goes up. We'll take that. I do think it's too early to spread gold throughout the place, but we'll start with this. Okay, so like I said, in the foyer, that guy is Count Isaac Gates. When we look at this, the only name of the book that's a different color is March of the Count. So March of the, whatever the total number of small gates there are. So we have to find him. There's 1, 2, 3. Does it count himself though? It's either going to be 0303 or 0304, depending on whether it's counting that one as well. I'll start with 0303. Yeah. Okay. That gives us the next note. Dear Mr. Sinclair, thank you for promptly answering all our demands, not involving the police, and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you had hoped to never hear from us again, once we had given you back the envelopes, we felt that one final red letter of our own was merited, given the circumstances. Hopefully, you will not be as careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. Let's first put your apprehension aside, as I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you expected to find on your desk this week. No, we are not making more demands, and no, we do not have copies of the other letters. You are already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain. So why write to you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it became apparent to us that there had been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of those points, and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail. but our goal was never to terrorize, despite what you may believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats towards your young nephew. I want to personally assure you there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impression we would hurt the youngster, it was meant only in the very vague sense of hurting his social prospects. And yes, while we admit that our word choices might be questionable, enough so that it would be reasonable to accuse us of being intentionally misleading, we hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. However, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of those funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected while we discussed the content of your stolen letters was entirely unintended. We want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to, and you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Again, we feel guilty as sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever anonymous, X. So that doesn't seem to be related to any of the other letters. It seems like Uncle was blackmailed, is what happened there. Because someone else found those other letters. But before we leave this room, there is another thing that I want to check. Because remember when I drafted security, I tried to run into the system. I don't see the... Okay, well, we can't do payroll anyways. There's no reason to spread gold in the gate, let's say, because we're too small at this point for it to matter. I should have gone this way. Okay. So, I could have checked this a while ago. I forgot about it. Because we could have checked this the very first time we came in here. We want to go to electronic mail. So, from Ann Babbage. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definitive plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. Ann Babbage is old. She doesn't like computers. That didn't matter. However, these ones have to do with the fuse box. Hold on, let's start from the beginning, because this is fuse bot. Okay, so from October 5th, the VAC indicator light installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If it's not the desired functionality, let us know, and we'll fix it in our regular service visits next week. And then this is the response to that. Yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you're out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. That's the code for the VAC on the utility box. So we knew that there was different colors and how to get them from the mailroom. This is where we're supposed to get the code. It's off, blue, green, white, red, purple. So we want white in the middle, the higher colored ones to the right, the lower colored ones to the left. You Herbert, we just want to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last details. Okay. So now if we find the utility box, we can do whatever is behind there. Okay. We can already kind of go to the right through the pool. Observatory is definitely out. We definitely want to go either... Okay. Already go to the left, not right, sorry. Alright, so whether we want to have another option going left here or go up, I think we'll go up. This is a pretty good place for the den. Both doors are accessible. No chest in this den, though, fortunately. Okay. We'll take passageway. Well, it's a dead end no matter what. Let's get the closet out of the way. Maybe get a gem back. We do. Also, can't help but notice the Lucky Rabbit Foot hasn't found us any extra items. I don't really want to lose 33 steps for that, so let's go spare room. Let's go through the den. Okay, corridor will allow us to keep going up. We know it won't be locked. Go with that. Okay, pump room. We did want that. Okay. So we want to lower the reservoir by 1. In order to do whatever's beneath there. The only way to do that is to put something in the fountain. Actually, is that? It is true. We'll start with the kitchen then. No. We need to start with that there. Because he's already full. So we won't be able to access beneath the fountain anymore. But we haven't found the actual key beneath there. So it's not that big of a deal at the moment. Ideally, we'll be able to get this filled so that we can have them both underneath, but... Kitchen's just this one, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Then we'll want to... put that back in. Flip that. Kitchen. Oh. Hold on. Need to drain the one on the right first. Go to the kitchen. Wrong way. That way it only goes down 1. Which I think is all we needed. If we needed 2, oops. Especially since now, if we do find a way to go through the fountain, we can't now. But that's all we can do right here, because we can't get through that door. Okay. Well, dead end, or to the right. So let's go chapel. Hey, we got a gem. Rabbit foot paid off. That would be a dead end. And importantly, we can't get the key card from here. That would allow us to keep going up when we can get down below from the pool, or we can go west wing. Go west wing. Let's try going down first. Honestly, I hope you're getting the billiard room, of all things. Well, we didn't get it. There's gonna be a dead end no matter what. Let's go to the Ladyship Chambers. We haven't found one of these yet. So we have a telescope. Which means if we use the observatory, we can get the reward twice instead of a single time. Does it never end? Spiral of stars. Upgrade disc. Do we have... we can go to the office with that. So we will want that. And we have a locked diary that we can't do anything with. Okay. Considering we're going to want to go to the office anyway, so use this upgrade disc. I say we go down there and then go through the pool to get those 2 rooms down below. Hopefully get a billiard room. And that the puzzle in that will get us a... what's it called? A billiard room to possibly get a key card. Okay, so we can upgrade the courtyard. So we can make it a courtyard, which makes it also count as a hallway. And it will never be locked. 5 dig spots, which could be good or could be terrible. Depending on what we find, because we also need a shovel. Or we get 2 gems anytime we get this. This costs 1 gem to draft. So this pays for itself. It basically makes it plus 1 gem, not plus 2. Unless we have the veranda, I think it is. That makes it so that green rooms don't cost gems. I do think it's either the courtyard upgrade itself to get plus 2 or the courtyard. Because having the main, like I said, the fact that this counts as a hallway as well, that means the experiment that we run where you have a hallway connected to a hallway would count itself. And this has 3 doors to it. Instead of like the foyer or the corridor, which only has 2. We know that we won't have to spend keys in this room. But this doesn't guarantee gems. And like I said, this pays for itself. I do think this is more beneficial because, yes, there have been a lot of ways to get free gems. A lot of those rooms to get those gems cost gems as well. So they kind of just pay for themselves. This might be the correct choice. Okay. Because we took the storeroom that gives us the extra key, I think this is more important. Because a lot of our ones hasn't actually been running out because of keys. It's been because of security doors. Or gems. Leading us to go only have dead-end options. So we'll go with this. Yeah. We'll go through the pool. We get the billiard room. We cannot. This is 4 items, which could include the key card. I do think that's worth it. I don't know what just happened. I think we got gems by walking in here. Because I don't remember us being at 6 gems. Okay, so we have the car keys. We'll want to find the garage if we can. That at least gives us a idea of what we want to do. No key card, though. Okay. You know what? While we're here, because it'll only be 2 steps, let's see if we can trade any of these items that we have for a key card. And I said it's 2 steps. It's more like 6. But if we can get a key card, that'll be very helpful. Okay. So that's for a compass. No. Salt shaker, no. Compass, no. Compass, no. Prism key. But now, no. Compass, no. Magnifying glass, no. The prism key right now. It would help if I knew what the rewards from the observatory would be on 11 stars. I don't remember what it is. But that would allow us that if we draft a green room, that we can get a green room off of it. Or anything like that. I do think that's more important than the telescope. Let's get the prism key. Which might get us a vault key. I'm not doing that yet because we don't have the vault, but if we find we'll want to avoid using the prism key if we can to try and get the vault. And then we'll come back here, I guess. Okay. Don't have money for the commissary. We want to go to the spare room. Actually, it might end up ending our day. Because it does block the way, and then our only path will be the spare room. Let's see if we can get the garage, because we have the car keys. That'll give us 3 more keys. The locked doors will basically not be an issue. And then we can see what the car keys do. Okay, we didn't. This will give us 10 steps because of the ladyship chambers. Oh, that's where we got the gems. The ladyship chambers. We walked into a walk-in closet, so we gained 3 gems. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, let's go with boudoir. That kind of fixed the step issues for a while. They also had the sleeping mat, so that was 15 steps. They both go down. Honestly, the dark room here is probably not bad, all things considered, because it allows us to go through to the pump room, so that security door doesn't matter anymore. He gets out of the pool. I was gonna say, it's like, what do you mean? It's open. We're good. But we are now on a single path. Just use key. Okay. Billiard room. Again, could get us the secret garden key. Rotunda, importantly, though, would technically give us 2 doors. Because it allows us to go up and to the right. We just have to rotate it. I think we do want that because it's our only path. We'll press it again so that we can just go through both doors at once. Okay. Let's go up first. Is this door locked? It is not. Okay, these would be a dead end. This is currently a dead end, but because we're in the rotunda, hold on. There we go. It didn't update when I was still over that, and I didn't notice until I went back this way. But now we'll be able to go up. Or not? Well, we can start an experiment. When you spend 2 more gems drafting a room. Maybe draft an archive floor plan. Sure, let's go with that. Okay. Actually, I'll hold off for now. I was gonna say we could go to security and change. Like, we could log into security here and change the security system doors, but what room is this? It's blue. Regular key. Okay. We could rotate that to go to the left. Or we could use this in order to force a specific color on the other side. What would we want? Green would be cloister. Most likely. Which will give us 3 doors. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Okay. Green thumb. And use key. Okay. That would give us 2 gems back, but this gives us, importantly, 3 different doors. So hopefully not lock us out. As well as a letter in the mailroom. Locked us out of 1. We don't have a shovel. This door locked? It's not. We would take a last gem. This would make it so that we wouldn't need gems as often. Does mean we're stuck to a single door on the left. I do think not costing gems is more important right now. Like, I know we had the experiment that it's like if we spend 2 more gems, it'll be that, but we've only had the 1 gem. I think I will use the special key here. We're down to a single 1. We don't know what we'll get on the other side. We know a green room here would most likely be the courtyard, which should give us 2 doors. Or another cloister as well. Which I do think a cloister makes more sense than even the courtyard. Because gems are still important, but not quite as important because all of these green ones are free. This gives us 3 doors. This would give us a key back. 2 keys back, actually. That we wouldn't have the money for that to matter. So yeah, let's go storeroom. Ooh, we got a shovel. With a lot of dig spots out there. But we still kind of need a key code. Hey, QC good. Now we just need to get to a place where we can use that. I didn't even know you could dig that up from dig spots, if I'm honest. I can't use that here, can I? No, you can't. Use key. Okay. Weight room would allow us to go into the antechamber if we were able to open that door. which we would need the greenhouse for. Which you could potentially do. Does use up a lot of our steps, but we're kind of running out of places to go anyways without that. So yeah, weight room I guess is fine here. Hurts, but fine. Okay. Let's go this way first. Okay, let's check this way first. Okay, let's check this way first. Drawing room will allow us to continue with the other two dead ends. We'll go drawing room. It does also pay for itself with the gem because we get it back with this. Is it open? Yeah, doesn't fit. I should not have used that. Courtyard worked out though. Okay, can I get a key, please? An old tin can. Key, please. Those are coins. Yeah! Made it to the secret garden. And we got the broken levers. So if we actually get the greenhouse, we can actually enter it now. Not a key. Okay. So we have 2 levers, all pointing in different directions. That one spins the bottom one. That one spins the middle. So we don't have a way to spin the top. Let's just point them all the same way. That's where the lever is here. So if we're to enter the antechamber, right now we can do so from the left. But we need to get up through the drawing room. Which I don't know if that door is locked. Because we didn't check that. I just quickly used the key down south. But that door is locked. That door is locked. I guess we can find out. We'll need to keep an eye out for food because of the secret garden. Locked. It's not. Okay. This will get us into the antechamber and give us more steps. Okay, so get our steps back. Have dinner. Okay. So we've made it into the antechamber. That door's locked. We can't do anything now. We've seen that symbol before. It's the basement key. That was underneath the pool. Oh, sorry, the fountain. To continue up, you must go down. That is this run. So we'll want to go back to the pool. Not the pool. The pump room. So many steps, though. Because we still can't go out that door, because the door from the into the weight room isn't there. So we'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I went the wrong way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And we have 34 steps. Okay. So we can make it back. Dining room. Yeah. That's because we might find food on the way to help with the steps issues. We haven't so far, but they are supposed to be spread throughout the house. Yeah. Okay, we do also have the dig spots in here that we haven't actually dug up yet. Maybe we could get turnips. Or a key. There's a key. And 3 more coins, because the coin purse. I'm not going to go in there specifically. I'm just seeing if maybe there's food there. There's not. Okay, so it's Tunda. No food. Only to spin it the once. This way? Yeah. Then up through corridor. There we go. Finally found some food. Okay. Let's leave that there. Oh. Kitchen. And put this back. And that should be all 4, correct? Yeah. Okay. It's this way. No food. In the office. Yep. Okay, while we're here, now that the building is basically completely full. There you go. Now we can find food or money in a whole bunch of rooms. don't think there'll be anything we'll need money for at this point. There was a... In the commissary, there was a salt shaker for sale, though. I'm pretty sure. So we can do... Quickly go in there. Before... Yeah. So I don't... The compass doesn't really seem to matter at this point. We'll take the salt shaker, though. So if we do find food that we were promised we would, but so far there hasn't really been any, there'll be... Ah! Complaining you will receive. It's worth an extra step. I don't see anything in the pool. Yeah. We can now open this door. Basement key. And if you notice, we're in the reservoir area again. But... Oh... No, we're not on the other side. Still kind of nothing, though. But that's another way that we can get down here without needing the tomb. The main issue is, it doesn't really do anything because we need to drain the reservoir one, which we can't do while the, It's like we need to drain the reservoir by one, but if we do that, then the fountain won't be accessible. Okay, I know that's nothing. Just in case. You know, there's nothing here because you can't access there until we get across the reservoir. Whenever we're able to get over there, we're probably going to want to enter both doors at once, because from this end it means nothing. That leads to the tomb. Nothing in there. Okay. Yep. So yeah, I do think we want to go back to the pump room. Drain the reservoir by one. We won't be able to access back down here when we do. But I do think we still want to do that because we've now opened that door. That door will stay open, I believe. If I'm misremembering, I'm sorry for spreading false information. But But as you can see, it doesn't seem like we can continue. Oop. Well. I mean, that is a bedroom, so it doesn't. Huh? There's. I don't know what this is going crazy over. Oh, it's the pool. It's on the other side of this wall. That's what that is. There's money in the pool. Okay, that's fine though. Yeah, let's go to the pump room. I do think I want to lower the reservoir by 1. As I was saying. So let's go with that. Just because that way we know if we get the tomb, we can go in there and go into whatever's on that other side that way, rather than having to go through all this. Because right now, until the reservoir is lowered by 1, we can't do anything. So, the only way that the fountain will actually matter is if we can start putting water in here, but we need to connect this to the boiler room to do that. Which we didn't even see the boiler room in this draft to potentially do that. Lab is a security door. I think the cloister has a regular door. No, the cloister is a security door, but the weight room should be a regular door. And if not, the dining room is. I'm pretty sure our run's done. Oh, we won't even be able to get up there. We're gonna run out of steps. Unless that helps. Okay, do you see any food in there? Don't. Yeah. That's another security door. My only hope is to run in there and there's an orange. There's not. There's money. Okay. But we did make progress. We've now opened that door beneath the fountain. We can't access it right now. But if we do get the tomb, we can go through that zone down below. Hopefully we can draft the tomb on the next day. But I'm gonna take my stretch break now. Refill my water and tea. And then I'll be back in a little bit. So, see you soon. I'm back. Sorry it took so long. I was banning a bot. They sent a message while I was gone. Okay. But we have made progress. But we're going to want to draw the tomb if we can. Okay, let's see if we can get the tomb. We did not. We do have a new room out here, though. Sure. I don't think there's anything in here that we want to do, can do specifically just yet, but maybe we can get some benefit by... Let's go with 7. What does that give us? Blessing of the Chef. For each different type of spread that you do each day, add an extra dish to the dining room for 3 days. Sure. Yeah, that'll be up in the top corner. So for the next 3 days, if we draft the office, the green room that spreads gems, the secret garden, okay. That will give us 2 paths at least. They're like most up there. Hallway. And this way. Got the breakfast nook. Start here. Get a key. 10 steps. And the ability to get a morning room. Let's go with security. Keycard system. To low. Unlocked. Okay, go back. Nothing in the place just yet. Set up our experiment. Okay. Remote terminal access. Go to the lab. Experiment setup. Okay, so we can increase our allowance more. We have 2 hallways in the house. Each bedroom you draft out the second. So we already have 1 hallway. Don't want to back out because I don't think we can get back in from here. But this would likely solve a key problem if we can solve this very well. We haven't drafted a bedroom yet. We could avoid drawing the drawing room as long as we can, just to get a bunch of keys. Yeah, I think I'll do that if I can. Okay. So let's exit. So yeah, we already had the one hallway. So currently it doesn't do anything, but if we get a second hallway here, which we didn't. But if we do, then we can start getting free keys. I didn't want to look at that, I wanted that. Coupon book. Okay. I normally like to hold on to Cordo for a while. I don't mind taking this now, though. Because this means anytime the drawing room shows up in a possible room for a draft, and we don't, we'll gain a key. So that's my reason for taking that. We'll go to the hallway before going up, though. Draft out this side. Okay, I know that door will be unlocked, but... Okay. This will get us 2 gems. Yeah, let's go with that. Car keys. So if we can get the garage. Okay. The gems on a box with a false statement. 2 statements are false. All 3 statements are false. This has to be false. It is possible both of these are true. No, this can't... So, because this is false... This can't be... true. Oh, no, it could be, because if this is true, this is false. Which means the gems are in white. If this is false, and this is false, this is true. In which case then it's disingenuous on which one it would be. So this is going to be true with this being false, which means the gems are in the box with the true statement, so they're in white. Okay. Matavada curves to the left. Not hurting on steps right now. We don't have too much food. Sorry. We're not hurting on steps right now, but we don't have too much money. So let's go with the pantry to get the money. And still get a couple steps. Okay. Commissary goes to a dead end. Storeroom would get us 2 keys and a gem. Closet could get us a key card. Let's go closet. I was gonna say, where's the second item? Sleeping mask. Okay. Down to a single path, which is scary. Not hurting on gems. I do kind of want the garage, but that would end our run is the main issue with that. So let's go West Wing Hall. Okay. We got a key because we had the drawing room there. Let's go billiard. Coin. Okay. I do know 0 plus 5 is 5. My controller slipped. So 4 times 3 is 12. Interesting that I actually clicked that last time. So that's 4 times 1 is 4 times 2 is 8. There's 8. There it is. So that's 21. Minus 20 is 1. Times 15 is 15. Divided by 1 is 1. Divided by 5 is 3. Okay, we have the secret garden key. We could potentially go into the secret garden again. Let's do it this way. No matter what, it's a dead end. So let's go storeroom. Okay, if this room is locked, we could use the secret garden key. Not. But we do have the dining room. So let's go with that. Are you gonna be locked? Nope. We did get another key, though. I do think I want to use that now, though. Because I want to keep going up to get the secret garden. So that's the last free key, unfortunately. Thank you. This is also a spread. Because it spreads fruit throughout the house. So a dining room will now have 2 dishes instead of the 1. This stays solved, so we don't have to spin that again. We do have to pull the lever. But it doesn't really matter. Because we can't really get down there. Even if we do, like, we could drain the fountain again. But it's just going to be the same issue we had last time, where we don't have access in. We don't have a shovel, right? No. I could use the garage now. Don't think your garage can be at the very top. Just in case. Go with this. Hey, we got a shovel. So, that paid off in itself. Does mean, as far as getting key. Oh no, it's finding nothing. So we actually wouldn't have got a key there. Oh, but we can solve the utility closet. Because we did figure that out. Okay, so flip that off. Turn gym off. Turn garage on. Okay, so it was off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Or purple, red. Purple, red. So we'll start by that. We need all of them on in order to get to white. Was that? Okay. We have all those on. Off. Blue, green. Okay. Okay, that needs to be red. Oh no, we need that purple to start with. This one's white. This is off. That's blue. Green. Red? It's gonna turn off white though. Okay, white stays. Okay. We got that. What's behind you? Okay. A gemstone cabin has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each day with 2 gems. That is very helpful. Okay. Very glad that's what we got. It means tomorrow we'll start with 4 gems, because we have the morning room as well. I do think this is a good place for a passageway. Because we kind of want to get to the door on the left. We can only do if we take the weight room. We do have access to the dining room, and we'll have 2 meals in there. So that's 40 steps. So I do think that's worthwhile. We can't open that door just yet. Because while we have flipped the brick on the utility box, we haven't turned down... sorry. Oh no, we did. Yeah, that's off. Okay. No! Why? You just needed to go to the right. Get the bunk room out of the way. So mad. The observatory was faced the wrong direction. Okay. Well, the bedroom would get us into the antechamber if we get a greenhouse. The other 2 would block it off, and then it would be stuck on specifically the right door, which we haven't found a way to open that yet, I believe. So we'll go with the bedroom. Okay. Let's Go south of the passageway. Do we really have anything for the workshop at the moment, I believe. Conference room means that, because we're kind of wanting to spread for the dining room anyways, it means anything that gets spread, minus the fruit, because that's already been spread throughout the house. But anything that we get that spreads now will go into the conference room. Not seeing anything here just yet. I will go into here to get our food. Okay, so we have 20 steps on the pizza. And I've never seen this before. Fruit cocktail, a refreshing blend of tropical Moajai melons, mangoes, oranges, bananas, and local grown orchard apples, served chilled in a tall Chardonnay wine glass. Plus 5 steps and 2 fruit, which is the 2 beside it. Plus an additional 2 fruit if you have a wine cellar, which we don't. But that's fine. Okay, so we can grab that. Ooh. We did get an extra fruit. But that's not from that. That was from the secret garden. Drafting studio. Okay, we have not found this before. This is a very important room, and it took us to day 15 to find it. Okay. So, stuff in here you can look at. This, the Great Hall partition plan for today. So this is another way that you can tell that it's today's date. In addition, it mentions their day 1's on the 7th. But if we look at this is the Great Hall. So we can see that if we draft the Great Hall, which we haven't found at all in today's session, by the way, the 2 side doors will be the middle ones. And then the 2 upper ones, I guess. Because I'm assuming this is the way that we're entering it from. The 2 upper doors are the half rooms, so they'll have nothing. Which means these are the 2 bonus doors. Which we know that an upgrade disc is in 1. Because the one time that we actually drafted the Great Hall, we had security, we had an upgrade disc somewhere that we couldn't find. It had to have been in one of those doors. So I believe that upgrade disc would still be there. This gives you information like how to like draft stuff together. And like what each color stands for. But the important thing is over here. In the drafting studio, you will be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. Permanent changes do not reset each day. So we can add one of these. You can either add a dormitory. Each time you enter a dormitory after drafting a compass room, gain 10 steps. So the compass rooms would include the classrooms that we get when we get the outdoor classroom. It would include the drawing room itself. It would include the drafting room. Oh, sorry, this is the drafting room. It would also include the drawing room. Can't think of any other ones. But importantly, with that one, you only get the steps if you enter the dormitory after drafting it. So you have to go back to the dormitory to get the steps. So it kind of has diminishing returns. Casino lets you go gambling. Kennel gives you dogs. And then if you have dogs and you have a shovel, it allows you to open doors without needing a key. Because you would dig the spot, and then any doors in that room would unlock. Let's go with the kennel. Okay, so now we can draft the kennel. But yeah, we're going to want to come into the drafting studio as much as possible in order to get those new floor plans. By the way, we could have got the drafting studio as early as day 1. It's day 15. Library going down isn't too bad. I think I would prefer going straight with money, though. Okay, the library is also a compass room, by the way. That's another one that we could get stuff from the dormitory. But let's go rumpus room. What do you have for us today, Great Elzara?
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Yes, the fog is clearing. I see a shadow in the doorway. Silent footsteps in the hallways. An unlatched gate you did not open. A missing item you did not take. I see a young boy watched from afar. A young boy who once was brave.
That's not creepy at all.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
So I have no clue what that is about. It sounds like someone's watching us. Also, give me a second. I have to bring YouTube back up just in case. It seems like someone's watching us because they were apparently looking at us through that door. But I have no clue what that one means at all. It did show the statue of death in the tomb, which is ominous in itself when someone's apparently watching us. Okay. Let's go courtyard. Do we have shovel? We have shovel. Okay. Pays for itself. Metal detector. I don't have a sledgehammer, so don't want to spend a key on that. Turn up is nice. Coin is nice. Start south. Or let's not and say we did. Okay. Well, this way should lead to other doors early on that should be hopefully unlocked. Let's go with the library. Key. Apple. Okay. Let's check out Swimbird, I guess. Our mom wrote that. Why? Frieza would allow it to start with 20. This one specifically, I think, is more or less done. So Frieza would allow us to start with 3 extra gems, plus the now 4 that we would get because we have 2 for the gem cave and the 2 from the morning room that we drafted earlier. That'll be 7 gems tomorrow and then 22 coins. Knowing that that means that this one's basically over. This doesn't really give us anything. This could give us a lot. It could give us nothing, but it's also a dead end. We do still have a bunch of places to draft at the moment. But like I said, the one thing is like the only door that we have that we could get the greenhouse. No, we don't have the broken level this time. That was the last one. I'm gonna work under the assumption that this run is done. I'm gonna get the Frieza. We're still gonna continue going through in case there's other stuff that we can do. But we'll start next session with 3 gems and 22 coin. But I guess we'll use a last key here. Dark room at the bare minimum doesn't necessarily end it, so we'll go with that. This one. Oh, there's a gem we don't actually get. Can we spend that gem? No, because it's locked. Okay. I guess let's go spare. I'll go up this way first. I mean, we can see the kennel. Also the only one that lets us continue going up, so yeah. Go to the kennel. Hello, puppy dogs. Hello. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That one's eating. You know this door will be unlocked because of the kennel, and we got a key back. Cat. Here you go. Okay. Give us 2 paths. But we need this last room to be the greenhouse to even potentially get in, with how we currently know in. What's this way? Also locked. I guess let's go this way. Okay, we can get the mailroom for tomorrow. We did also get that letter that was delivered here, actually. So let's go with that. Letter. You? Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I'm the lead lab technician at Sinka, and I have worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. I was thrilled to discover you have found a humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on the small spikes in radiation levels on the estate, as it's one of the ways I can monitor your progress from the outside. All off-site connections to the terminal network have been disabled during your stay. There has been many speculations among the staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported that you have been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write to you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we are all rooting for you. Best of luck on your experiments, and if you like, I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips for you. Randolph. Sure. That would be helpful. But that's all that was in here. Let's... That door is locked. We don't have a key. Door is also locked without a key. We can see if we can go through the conference room. Yeah. Okay, can we go through here? Also, I haven't spread anything yet. We can. Gymnasium's the only one that doesn't end this path. And the gems don't matter because it's locked. We have plenty of steps, especially if this is the end, so... Okay, that door's locked, unfortunately. We can see if we can get through this door. We can. And that's going to be the end. Oh, and we can't take either of these because they're gyms. Okay, so yeah, guest bedroom. Something. Oh. Coin. Okay. So we still have 61 steps. Everything's blocked off because we didn't get a key. So that's going to be the end here. I'll go to security, see if maybe there's a key somewhere that we missed. So I want to go to Secret Garden and then straight down. Okay. Oh. Coin. Okay. Right. I want to check here. View state inventory. Yeah. There's only the two trunks which we can't open without using keys. There might have been keys in there. There's no way to tell, and we would need a sledgehammer to actually make it worthwhile. There's fruit in random rooms, which is nice, but not relevant. Okay, so the run's done. But I do want to go out and check, because we have the steps. Oh, fruit can go into the entrance hall. It's good to know. I do want to check that gem cave, just in case there's anything inside there that matters. There's 62 steps. Anything that we get there, we can do stuff. This is the wrong room. This is the Black Ridge Grotto. Is it over here? There it is. Okay. So here's the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineers that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to move all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here. So Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully he can smooth it over. Now, there is still 1 more cut down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passes, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. Okay. Hey, and that's the last fire? Yeah. Okay, so we did make more progress here. We have this. We can see what that is before we end the day. What happens if I turn that off? Does it go away? Doesn't. I'm still gonna leave that on for now. Actually, a light does turn off. Okay. So I don't think it can be used if this isn't on. But I'm interested in why we'd want to turn those off. That's not me playing coy. I'm actually like, I don't know what that does. I know what the elevator itself will take us to. I don't know whether there's anything we can do by having some of those on, some of them's off. Okay. But this elevator. Take it. That takes us here. Foreman's log 3. As a client, Thomas Sinclair suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crew first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss, and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration so far has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock, and debris. This site is either much older than we had first assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. Or both. Could be both. Nothing there. So we have this room. We have chess pieces. We know that there's been chess pieces in every single room that we've seen so far. So a good example is there's a rook in the nook, which is currently in here, and it lights up. But if you put it somewhere else, it does not. So we want to place this where those rooms have been. Security is a knight. Chapel is a bishop. So I don't know if we have all the pieces, by the way, but know that. Want that at least. I mean, the bedroom, which is just south of the antechamber, is a pawn. We need a queen and a king. We know I've seen a queen in the study and the ladyship's chamber, but we don't have either of those. We've seen the king in the office, and that's it. But we don't have either of those rooms right now. We had the opportunity to get the office, but we don't. Not that it, like, again, it doesn't really matter because we don't have the queen. So we can't do that, but we might want to keep this in mind in case we can get all those different rooms. That door is blocked, so can't do anything there. Okay. So we saw this symbol in the room, the secret room in the tomb. This is explaining how the sigils work. But a lot of the information is missing. We'd probably want to see it's like realm and something. It's probably something we'll want to check out from the library. If we can get it there. But that's going to be everything on this run. Yeah, the only door we still have is the east hallway, but we don't. It's locked and we don't have a key. The other path is done. Don't see anything else. Okay. Another day. We did make some progress. Because we've... Now, we'll always start with 2 gems. We got the last thing, so we can go down there whenever we want. We know that there's a chess puzzle down there for us to solve, involving the placement of the rooms. Save and continue. Okay, we did also... Like, we're going to start today with a lot. Because we start with 7 gems. 22 gold plus our 15... allowance. It's up to 37. Brass compass and a magnifying glass. Brass compass isn't bad. Magnifying glass is kind of okay, I guess. And we do still have the blessing of the chef going for another 2 days. And we got the tomb. Okay, so we can see what's going on down there. We don't have to do anything with the... There's a stick spot down here. Don't... Yeah. This way. Money. I'm wondering if that was really just to show us, like, hey, look for the statue. Because I'm pretty sure in that Elzara thing, this was actually pointed down. So that might have been what that was for. But if that was it, that's kind of a bit disappointing, because it seems like it should be more. Okay, but we pulled that back. Was I right that it only needed to be... Yeah, that was the room I was talking about with that sigil. Was I right that that only needed to be brought down one? It was. Can we do anything here? No, because it's flooded. Okay. Take the boat. Have a little cutscene. And if you notice, there's a hole in the wall there. So we can get under there. We'd have to adjust the water level down probably 2 more, I guess. Maybe 1. Because the water before, once we have movement again, was up here. 1 down would be there. Okay, we might only have to lower it 1 more. But we wouldn't be able to access the boat from that side if we did. But that gets us over here. Is that which we can't do anything with? That's the path that we had before where the minecart was in the way. Now we can start spinning this. Spin that. There's a blueprint over there. This just raises it up, but when it's up, we can't do anything because we're trapped here. But because we moved that other door, we should be able to get that, right? Just from that. Oh no, that's not here. Another door in between. Hold up. Okay, can't do anything with that yet. We can do something from there. Before we do, actually, let's see what that path does. Okay, that's another way that we can get over there. Just by going over here. That makes sense. And then this has the completed map. Which we did see that 10 is a buried floor plan. I don't see a 10 anywhere. Oh, over here. So number 5 is the tomb, which goes straight south. We've gone across, so that door that's blocked seems to be head to the basement. We're currently in 8 on the Rotunda. That's how I realized that. So once we're in the basement, there's some other floor plan down below, heading towards wherever that other path is. Oh, sorry, no. 5 is the fountain. The catacombs is the tomb. Okay. But we do also get the mechanarium here. That's 1 door for each gear room in your house. So that's the workshop. I want to say security counts as 1. And lab. We can get that. Another path over there. Okay. Let's see. Up there, it's... No, that's the lever that goes up and down. Other path that way that we want. This one. From there over here. Okay. The path over here. Red door. We did see another red box in the boiler room. Nothing over here though. That's another lever. This goes to the other side. It's room 46. We found it. Now we just have to be able to get to the antechamber. Did use up a lot of our steps going across for this, though. But we do have the double potentially triple dining room thing. Okay. This will allow us to go this way. After almost 3 years in the tunnels, SNO has informed me that we will be closing up the site in June. It's been a somewhat bittersweet experience working on such a historically significant excavation over the past 30-odd months, yet being unable to share any of that work with the world? Maybe one day. Still, there is a significant amount of work that has yet to be done, and it is vitally important that we conclude our efforts in the main cavern and reinforce the structural integrity of the site before we seal the tunnels next month. It may be many generations before they are reopened. This was written in 1918, so it was. Filing cabinet. Okay. Now we have that door open. So what I think we'll want to do we'll want to go back across the reservoir and push this over this way. That way we can drain the fountain and we can always enter through here if we ever need to go down. Otherwise, we'll trap to only being able to access this when we have the two. I don't think I can skip this. This is a better example, better look at that being there. Okay, so today we're going to want to get to... Okay, so I'll push this forward. Need to hold. It's now with that path there. Yeah, we can go through here to cross whenever we need. We just need to drain the fountain. So we'll want to find the pool to get the pump room. We have the way into door 46. We've opened the back door. We just need to find a lever to get to the antechamber. We have a lot of money, a lot of gems to help with that, but we don't have any keys. That will help with some of the key problems. Okay. We'll take commissary. Sledgehammer. I mean, we can just buy it out, basically. I am going to stick there, though. Because 8 gems is a fair number. And I want to keep stuff for food if we need it. Okay. Go security. Let's keycode system. Set it to low. Put you unlocked. Let's get the breakfast nook. Because you know that the secret garden can only be on the side. Let's try and leave the sides alone for now. Alright, so let's go den. Let's go drawing room. Get the gem back. Don't want to keep going up. Okay, courtyard will point us to the right. So I'm fine with that. Got a shovel. I'm gonna try and leave that dig spot for now in case these doors are locked. Specifically for the kennel. So now that we have that, let's dig that. So you hear that barking? That means that other door was locked. They only bark when the door is locked, I believe. So good job. You saved me a key. You too. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So bedroom allows us to keep going up. The other two would be a dead end. Good bedroom. Okay, let's go observatory. This is the gem major, so we'll get Diamondus major, so we'll get 5 more gems. So we're set for gems this round. It's keys that'll be the issue. Morning room goes down. We can already get along that way through the entrance hall still. Hopefully. Because I'm thinking about the walk-in closet. And my reason why is in case the broken lever's in here. For the greenhouse. Because this will give us 4 items to potentially do that. No matter what, we can't go up from here. At the same time, if the entrance hall ends up being blocked and we can't get up that way, this could get us directly into this is also on the side. I'm gonna go morning room. We have car keys, so we got the garage. Okay. Chapel will allow us to keep going forward. Okay, use key. We'll take the veranda. I'm not gonna dig these just yet in case this is locked. It's not. In hindsight, I should have held off on that as well. Let's go parlor. Because those are unlocked. Let's dig. The reason why it's because we're at the side, so I should have left that alone. Broken lever. Okay. So we need the greenhouse. Okay, the black box is empty. Black box is true. Black box is black. So this has to be true. Which means if this is true, this is true. So this can't be true. Black box is black. So this cannot be true because then all of them would end up being true. And because this isn't true, this can't be true, which means the gems are in this box. Okay. This could let us buy a bunch of keys as well as potentially craft the secret garden key. This will allow us to continue going forward. Like we can get down below through the entrance hall still. But this could get us to 3 rooms above. I think the gym... I don't like losing 3 rooms in the center. We need keys. If we're gonna fail at this point, it'll be because of a lack of keys, or we run into a security door problem. Okay. Let's get the specialty key. Okay, we got a prism key, which does help. Because we can open this in a green room for a high chance at a greenhouse. Yeah, let's get 3 more keys like this. Okay. So the greenhouse, I think, also has to be on the edge. So let's go through the breakfast nook. So go. Well, we'll go through the entrance hall. The path's that way. Yeah. This way. Hello, puppy dogs. I mean, since we're here. Okay, this will give us the pool. So at the bare minimum, we can try and find the pump room to drain the fountain. But I'm not going to keep going up just yet. That gives us the pump room. We do have the car keys, though. pump room's more important. We need to drain the fountain so that if we fail today, we'll still be able to get everything. That's the wrong way. Okay. Let's. You first. You have to flip this? I do. Okay. Okay. Then the last one. Okay. So at least now, if this day fails, we can always enter down below through the fountain. That requires a keycard. I want to hold on to the patio for now. And my reason why is in the hope of using that later to use the prism key. Let's get the closet out of the way. Reroll die is nice. Same with the running shoes. Okay. Let's keep going down. Raft out this way. Take the hallway. Billiard room could also get us the... It could get us a key card. As well as a... secret garden key. Well. Ah. Okay. 17. 13, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. That's 5. Minus 4 is 1. Times 1 is 1. Times 4 is 4. That's 3. Times 3 is 9. Divided by 9 is 1. Did I do that wrong? Hold on. 13, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. 5 minus 4 is 1. Times 1 is 1. Times 4 is 4. That's 3. Oh, I missed. It's 3. Times 3 is 9. Times 4. 36, but divided by 9 is just 4 again. Okay. We have a silver key. This could also be useful. Okay. Walk-in closet here is fine. Because we can already get to the door on the left, so we don't need to go over there. We can get a bunch of items here. We have a safety deposit box key if we find the vault. We have a lockpick. Okay. I'm taking this. I'm not going to go in it. Because obviously it's very bad for us right now with 16. But I'm going to tell you why. So if you remember, we found those... I am taking this here. Because we haven't found that. If you look inside... So I'm not going inside because we'll lose 12 gems by going in there. If you look on the piano, we see 2 music sheets. Those are the last 2 that we needed. Because there was also 4 in the music room. 1 in the workshop. And 1 in the greenhouse. We've already seen all the other ones. All of those together, like I said, there were certain words that were highlighted. When you read all of them, they tell you to check something at the campsite. We're not going to do it right now because you have a chance to get into the antechamber. But we will... We now know that. That's now in logic. You do need a shovel when you do that. That's all I'm going to say. But I'm not going to go check that right now because we're very low on steps. If we have time, we'll go back. We likely won't, though. So we want to go up through the pool. Don't need gem. Yeah. Okay. Passageway is nice. Gives us options. The door I want to open is locked, though. Oh, sorry, it requires a keycard, though. Okay, I will use the special key here. I'm going to use the prism key. Because this could give us the Great Hall. It did. Okay. So, we have this. Lockpick. There's the upgrade disc that we need. We'll grab that. Okay, hold off on those for now. Okay. That's the path to the right. And we already found 1 open door on this side, so this will be the short door. If I'm right with how those work. Okay, that's the path over here. That's the short door. Okay, and there's the lever for the door on the right. So, we want to go to the right, because we can get in there. Boiler room's good here. That way, if we don't lock out the greenhouse option if we find that. But we're not focused on that just yet. Game? Why? Oh wait, no, that's the normal door. I thought this was the keycard door because I saw that. I will also activate this. Point that way just in case, because well, we wanted this in the pump room. So we could theoretically get that by pumping it to the right. But we'd have to get a pass power all through these 3 rooms at least. Because this one can also pass it. But for now... Okay. Music room gets us up. Dark room also gets us up, and this is powered. So... it shouldn't darken. Right? Oh, I'm not risking it. We have the way in. I'm going here. I'm taking the coward's way out. Okay, we got the key card. So if we need to continue that, we can. But we need this to open to the left. Which the kitchen will do. We can also buy a banana. Get 4 more steps. We don't have... No, we don't have the coupon book in this one. So we'll buy 2 bananas. So we'll actually get 8 steps. Back here. Don't need the basement key. Take it anyways. We made it. Oh, I'm stupid. You'll see in a moment.
There was once a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves. And he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. He couldn't see beyond the red shade he was aware. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. But one day the prince saw something new. And if you look closely, you might see it too. The skies parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color. The color blue.
Okay. So the reason I said I was stupid, this ends the day. So that upgrade disc we picked up, gone. It's just gone. We don't have the shovel. Like, that one's, we can get that some other time. That one's not as big of a deal. But we did just lose that upgrade disc. And it won't spawn in the Great Hall again. It's not guaranteed to spawn anymore. It's only guaranteed the first time. They do spawn randomly throughout the house, so we can get it somewhere at some other point, but that's one of the... it's one of the ones that will always spawn. But once you pick it up, once you've seen it, it won't spawn again. So, the upgrade that we would have gotten from there, we'll have to get somewhere else. Because we just, like I said, we just lost that upgrade disc. I was just so happy! I made it to the antechamber! But that's on me. I knew that would happen, and I was just too happy that I made it. Maybe I'm wrong, and it doesn't end the day. But I'm pretty sure it does. I hope I'm wrong. I'm not. Your new home. Yeah, it sucked because, especially with those extra 9 steps, we 100% could have made it back. Oh, sorry, 8 steps. We could have gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we had about 20 steps, so we would have been able to go back up. We also probably would have been able to go outside. So we could have done both of those, because we had the shovel for the stuff at the campsite. And we had the upgrade disc. I was just too ecstatic that we actually managed to get away into the antechamber. That it just... And it's like also like the boiler room, like this path on the left, we had a possibility to do that to get it to the pump room because it was relatively close. I messed that up so bad. Still though, we've seen the end. And it's like what makes it was like, it's like I'll hit exit, save and continue. But it does go to the next day. But the reason why I kind of slipped my mind is because that's not the end. Like we saw 8 doors down below. So there's clearly something there. Now, going forward, if you enter room 46, it doesn't end the day. So that's why I slipped my mind. Only pawn, open only in the event of inheritance. Dear Baron, us, because we're now officially the Baron. Welcome to Mount Holly, your home. I still remember the first time I was addressed by my title. I was quite a bit older than you, but it still felt strange, especially after a lifetime of hearing my father addressed daily by the same title. Life is a journey of growth. Growing up, growing older, growing wiser, and in our case, growing into the Baron of Reddington. The Baron doesn't have to be a daunting figure. He could be quiet and unassuming, or loud, brash, and boisterous. He could be deceptive or trustworthy, humble or boastful, or any measure of other things, but always clever. When I inherited Mount Holly, I never had to prove myself. They just gave me the keys, and left it at that. It felt too easy, too trivial, and very undeserved. Experience comes with time, but without validation, I spent the better part of my youth questioning myself. As I grew older, the lack of conviction and aimlessness amplified. I never really had any goals or objectives to strive towards. Never had any dreams to realize. I never set my sights on something beyond the horizon. I never had a room 46 to reach. Now that you have reached your goal, and are basking in your well-deserved glory, shiny trophy in hand, and showered with accolades and titles, will you be content to stop there? Or will you look to the horizon and wonder what dreams lie ahead? Orvin Neverray, Herbert S. Sinclair. Trophies earned will be permanently added to the trophy room. So we can now see a list of the trophies that we have. So these are the next goals that it wants us to do. Okay. The Joy-Con doesn't give us stuff, so full house trophy, draft room in each open slot of your house. So in a single run, we have to have everything filled. It's not that hard, unless you're me, you almost exclusively draft dead ends, it seems. We need to find 25 more rooms that we haven't seen. Solve the puzzle 40 times, so we need another 32. 25 more parlor games. We need to create all 8 workshop contraptions. We've only made 1, because we basically have never been drawing the workshop. Win the drafting strategy sweepstakes. I don't know what that is, actually. Unlock all 8 realm sigils. Solve the puzzle in room 8 on rank 8. So we haven't seen room 8 yet. Reach room 46 in dare mode, in curse mode, on day 1, in under an hour. Buy out the entire showroom. We have seen that. Ace the classroom final exam, and then complete the trophy case. So these are the achievements that you can get in Steam. So in the case of the dare mode, curse mode, and day 1, your progress is saved across save files that they kind of like share like an overall trophy progress. So that's how you get the day 1 in this one. Is you would do it on the other one and then it shares that information here. But let's do another run. Also, we still need the basement key to go in through down here, right? No. Okay, so this is always open now. So I guess might as well. Right. We still can't get across, though. Oh, but we don't need to. Because we did... Not you. We moved this back. To this room? Yeah. Now, anytime we want, we can get to the room down here. Open the way to the antechamber. Okay. We don't get the epic music now because it wasn't the first time we did that. Oops. This does eat up a lot of our steps doing this. This is the one issue. So we might not want to go down there to start the day every single time. Until we know we can get to the room. What's in here? I will take the tool shed, hoping we get the shovel. We didn't. We got the lockpick and the battery. Okay. But instead of starting with 66 steps, we're at 52. So that took 14 steps. I mean, sure. So this can only show up after you've found room 46. I don't know if it always... Like, it going forward, it won't always spawn in this spot. What I was going to say, I don't know if it always spawns in the first room that you open after you find room 46, but it's always available after room 46. Permanent addition to walk-in closet. It just looks nice. Lunchbox, and you reach rank 5 with lunchbox. Gain half of your dinner steps, and this shows up in the dining room. Upon addition to the pool, a pair of trunks. Importantly, that'll be in the water, so you'd have to drain the pool to make it worthwhile. This is how you unlock Dale mode. So you need 110 coins. I will get the lunchbox though. So now we get something for getting the dining room, and then reaching rank 5. We don't have any money. Let's go with the den. Get another gem. Okay. Go guest bedroom. Get another gem. But more importantly, it gave us 8 steps once we used the 2 to enter and exit. Okay. That would lead us going down. It's a very poor point for a patio, but it's the only one that would give us a path going up. We do have 2 paths on the left still, though. I do want some keys, so let's go store them. Okay. We have a fair number of gems. Let's go with observatory. Okay, this is Draxus. We do not want this. Because if we go Look at this. So this is day 12. Draxus the Dead. Dead-end rooms are more common today. So that's just a good way to just end the run. Let's go spare room. Go drawing room. Gem back. Not you. You. I think before we keep going up, I'm gonna draft down below. Nope, to not having to spend our keys. Courtyard's nice. Sledgehammer's also nice. Okay. No shovel though. Okay. Early lab. Yeah. Two experiments we can have. We don't currently have any hallways. We have one bedroom. No red rooms. So whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, immediately, each time you unlock or bypass a security door, I guess let's go with that. Because we had the sledgehammer to open it. We could have done it immediately instead, but... Okay. All of these will be a dead end. This will give us food and money. This won't take a step. So it'll only... This will give us a gem back because one will spawn in the courtyard and itself. It could also spawn a shovel. Still somewhat good with steps. So let's go with the patio. Still kind of early for that, but no shovel. We do get another gem from here, though. So we're gonna have to go up through the drawing room. Okay, let's go this way. About freaking time! Okay. The foundation, as it says, does not reset each day. This is going to spawn as early as day 1. Wherever you put this, this is where it is for the rest of your run. It will not move. Anytime you start, so it's like right now, we're 4 spots up in the middle. This will always spawn in this location. So this will always be a foundation if we put that there. I think I am going to put it here. It's a pretty good spot. It's not the best. Generally speaking, the higher up in the ranks you go with this, the better. But 4 is not bad. So I will go with that. But yeah, we could have got that as early as day 1. This is... I mean, I guess technically this is day 1. Because it's the next day. But I think we're on like day 17. But yeah, if we see here, there's an elevator there that we can't gain access to. There's always at least 2 dig spots here. There's potential for, I think, 4 that you can get. Okay. Breakfast nook is better, but I want the parlor. Specifically because we have the foundation here. And we can solve this puzzle. Okay. The statement on one of the other two boxes would be true if you replace the word every with the word this. Every box contains gems. If this is replaced with this box contains, like, this is false. It's like it itself is false. But this box contains gems would be true. So that's matches up with this. So that means this is true. Every box is black. This box is black. Both of those is false. This is always false. So this is false in itself. Which, that by itself, because these two are both will always be false, this has to be true. And then because you play this box contains gems, they're in here. Okay. Okay, I do want the pool so that we can see in there. Freaky. Okay. This will give us steps, which is very important. We'll go with the breakfast nook here, because we also want it facing into the foundation. So as we saw, there was that elevator that was lifted. The back of the foundation has this. Once you flip this, it'll lower that elevator. And that it'll always be lowered from now on. Unless we decide to raise it again with this crank. I'm not gonna go down there just yet. I'm gonna continue drafting. Because minor spoiler, there's a upgrade disc down there. So I want to at least have security or something to put that in first. Okay, boiler room is good. Because we have the pool, so we can try to get the pump room connected to it. Okay, lift that up. Let's go to the right first. Anything in here? No, but the passageway will... oh, I thought we were in the other direction. Whoops. But either way, this is still fine. The passageway will allow us to continue the power. Right, 2 chests at the front door. Let's check here. Okay, we have security. No, we don't have the cookies this one. I'll take security. Now that we have this, I'll go down the foundation. To grab that upgrade disc. Because we'll want to head through there next anyways. Go here. Also, that's not the only thing that's down here, by the way. It's not just an upgrade disc. There's another one of those doors. There we go. So if we had a key card, which we don't, we can call the elevator from down here. We need the basement key to go through here, though. So we do need to get the basement key for that. That was another way to get to the antechamber, was through the foundation. But like I said, we could have gotten as early as day 1, and it's day 17. So we want to go this way. Go into security. Apple. Start with the upgrade disc. Okay, so the guest bedroom is being upgraded. We can either make it a guest bedroom, hidden effects of a random bedroom in your draft pool, so that's the bunk room, the her ladyship's quarters, the boudoir, all that. Quest bedroom. If you enter the antechamber today, add 2 to your allowance. So this is permanent meta progression. Oh, importantly, you don't get 10 steps from here anymore. You only get that from here. This is permanent meta progression, but we've had, like, we know that we can get allowance from experiments. So I don't feel we really want that, because you only get it if you get to the antechamber. The Geist bedroom. If you have Tomb on the estate today, gain an additional 4 reroll die. But you always get 2. I think out of these, the guest bedroom is most. So what this does is when you draft this and you go inside, there'll be something written on a piece of paper, and you have to guess which bedroom it currently is. There'll be some signs around saying, trying to help you there. So it's like if you see 2 gems, then that means it'll be the bunk room, because the bunk room always spawns 2 of an item. Though if you see 2 keys, it could be the bunk room, or it could be the servant's quarter. If you had the servant's quarter, if you had 2 bedrooms and one other bedroom and itself in the estate, you would get 2 keys. If it's the boudoir, it would have 1 gem, because it wouldn't count the one in the safe. But if you get this right, you'll get a random reward. It could be a key, it could be coins, it could be gems, it could be reroll die. I think it could even be steps. But I do think this is the best one out of the 3. Yes. Okay. Now, code system. Since we don't have a key code. Okay. We still can't go through that door. Or that door. Good to know. Well, if apparently only 2 can spawn in the estate, we found the 2. But they said that before and we found 3, so we'll see if that's true. Can you get the pump room? No. I will take the weight room. Just because the passive power on, it has 3 doors. It hurts a lot. That's 3 locked doors, by the way. The dark room would continue. And it has power, so I believe the light will stay on. I won't go through there just yet. Pump room. Nope, but we have archives. Let's keep going this way. I'm not gonna use my last key if I don't have to. Pump room. Okay. That's what we're after. Dining room would also be very nice, but we need the pump room. Okay, because now we have this. Tank 1 fill. I don't actually know how this works. Oh, okay. It puts water from tank 1 into here. And we'll go reservoir. What's that? So we knew that there was a... So we could lower this to 1. And then we know we can always cross the... reservoir. But I don't think we actually need to worry about that because we have the door open. I think we mostly want this lowered by... It's 3? Just because we saw that cave in the reservoir. I think we had to lower it by 3. It might only be 2. I don't remember which one it is. Add 1 from here. Okay. That's how we'll do that. Then go to kitchen. No, that's wrong. We need... That going in there. No, that's not. And you just flip this over. Okay. Now, drain that. Then water from the kitchen. Then take... Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's 2 that we need. So when we go to kitchen, we'll fill that back up just in case you need the water in the kitchen. But that way it's 2 down. So that should allow us to get into that cave. Okay. If not, we're gonna have to find the pump room again at some point to, at the bare minimum, put this down to 1 so we can get across when needed. But we have this done now, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's cost a gem. Would end the power for going through, but I don't think we need the power for anything else specifically. This is the only one that would have a chance for us getting into the antechamber. It does not. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on using my key for now. I'm getting very low on steps though. Dining room? No, but this is a new room. Okay. So, this is the gallery. The most convoluted room in the entire estate. I know. So we have these pictures. And we have things that we can spell words on. As we saw, I just flipped that to B. It shows up here. We have to guess what this picture means. This one's kind of easy. You have the word thick with a thin K. Think. And you hear something lock, it lowered that chest down. It's still behind a glass pane. Admittedly, that is the only one that I figured out on my own. I do know the other 3, and I'll explain how we get those answers. So this one, on the left, we have a stop sign, we have an apple, we have a fire hydrant, we have a rose, we have a red wagon. All of those items are red. This is mirrored. P on der. Ponder. Because der is red backwards. And then once you get that, you're able to see it's like, okay, all of these seem to have something to do with thinking. Okay. That'll open that chest. Which inside is a couple gems. This one. You have genuine. You have a bunch of eyes. And you have the word very. Very is Latin for real. Realize. That's the only thing that matters. Everything else on here doesn't matter. So you realize. If you knew Latin, it's not hard. If you don't, like me, and most people, it's kind of hard. that loads that one down. Okay. This is the worst of all of them for me, though. Okay, so you have a room. You have an infinity symbol with a whole bunch of nails inside of it. You have the 7 deadly sins. All of that matters and none of it matters. The answer is ruminate. Okay. So the reason why I said all of that matters and none of it matters, this is room 8. Ruminate. We haven't seen room 8. Do you want to know where you can get the key from room 8? And the only place you can get the key for room 8? You need to know that that's room 8 to know that it's room 8. It's in order to get room 8. Out of all the puzzles in this game, that's the one that makes me the most mad, if I'm honest. Because it's like, yes, because it is an 8, it's sideways, you could maybe get it that way. Because it's sideways, you're going to think it's infinity. You see the 7 deadly sins, none of it matters. The only thing the reason this matters is this is what room 8 looks like. But it's fine. We've solved that. We never have to solve that again. Those will stay solved going forward. We can just come in, grab these rewards. We're on row 7. Let's see if we can go this way. We can't. We could go down below. I want to spend the 1 key here on the hope we get a room going up so we can use room 8. Which pantry can let us do. And this will also give us a few more steps. Okay, please be locked. Okay. Want to use key 8. I don't want to use the lockpick. Yeah. See? Room 8. Ruminate. We have all these statues. We have pedestals inside all of the 7 deadly sins plus mundanity. Just make it 8. And each one of these have something written on them. So the sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. So this means this is something with 8 letters. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it can only go into gluttony. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. So that's not a sin, so it won't be there. No N. No N. No N. Only envy. I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from the fin. So that's the fin. So it can either be lust or hubris. Can I? Okay. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit it all in. So that would be gluttony. Is thin, So this could be either Sloth or Wrath. Let's hold off on that for now. You won't find my bin in between Sin, but I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. So I guess Mundanity. I share a trend with my neighbor Sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Know that one for now. If you spend a min or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. I'm guessing Sloth. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. So, Hubris. Which means you would be Lust. Assuming that Sloth is right, you would be Wrath. Means you're Avarice. Let us try and appear on each bin. Maybe. I mean, we solved it. I don't know what that was, though. Like, a bear trend with my neighbor's Sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. So I'm guessing it's A. Okay, I'm guessing this has two A's, this has two N's, is what that meant? I don't know for sure. But with that, we got the roommate trophy. And 4 allowance tokens. Okay. That'll likely be the end of this run. But we at least solved that. That's the second trophy. We don't have a shovel. Okay, so that answers my question. Putting power through the dark room doesn't leave the lights on. Okay, so all of these have power. Which means none of them are the dining hall, unfortunately. What? One of these could be the aquarium. Because the aquarium takes power and continues on. And costs a gem. What other rooms could it be? I don't know, if I'm honest. It's the only one that I know that would still cost a gem. So I know the passageway would be another one, but that costs 2. This could be a hallway. Or a corridor. It could also be the Great Hall, which would be terrible right now. Locker room. That's right, we did see that. We did get a key back at least. It also could have been the laundry room. Okay, we can't use a lockpick on these. I was wondering if we could. Okay. Do you think we'll open here? Okay, we got the morning room at least. So the next day we'll start with 2 gems. It's not a completely dead end yet. It basically is. Because we only have 2 steps left. We will die. Yeah. Damn it. That's what I was hoping for. A shovel. Gonna get a turnip. Okay. That was clutch. Another one? No. I don't think that's enough for us to get back, though, unfortunately. Because we have 7 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we could only make it to the foundation. We'd need more steps. Commissary would not sell us food. Main thing we need. Let's see if we can re-roll for... Oh, we've already had the kitchen. Oh, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 1 step short. Yeah, we'd run out of steps in the kitchen right now. But let's see if we can get the dining room. We don't. Let's go conference room. Check the next door. Because you already couldn't go back to the kitchen, so going one further wouldn't matter. That could be the dining room, but we don't know, and this is our last chance. Let's re-roll. Hey, Leon, welcome. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1 enough. Glad to hear that. The happy holidays and all that. Okay. Pretty good. We finally, not on this one specifically, it's the previous one because it says the next day. We finally made it into the room 46 in the antechamber. That's 5 could be green room. 5, 10, 15. That'll be the most. Okay. And then let's buy 2 more bananas. Make sure we have enough. In addition, we finally got the foundation. Okay. But this one is going to be done. But we now have enough steps that we should be able to get to the entrance hall and get that. Yeah, we got the shovel. Yeah, we will have enough to... One more down. So this is actually the reason I'm playing this is because this week's kind of short. So the main 2 games on my channel right now is Mass Effect Andromeda on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Atelier Ryza on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. But because I'm not streaming tomorrow or Thursday, I didn't want to jump into Ryza for a little bit because we're where I left off on there, we were getting pretty heavy into the story. So I didn't want to go back into that until I'm back on Saturday. I might be streaming on Friday. I'm not 100% sure. It depends on whether I can make it back in time. But that wouldn't affect Ryza. No, not that one. On that one. I'm loving both of them. Andromeda, specifically, I'm glad I gave a second chance. Because I played it a little bit when I was younger, when it first came out. And I wasn't too happy with it. If it stays over, actually, let's... Oh no, we get the stuff for entering here, right? Not for looking at that? Yeah. Life is Strange, I've heard great things about. I've been wanting to check that out. Red Dead Redemption 2, I never managed to actively get in, though. But I do know a lot of people really like that game. But Life is Strange, I did hear a lot about it. It sounded interesting. I just never got around to it. But I do usually play RPGs as well. Okay. So, just for the record, for anyone watching the VODs afterwards, last round, we found the last of the music sheets that would have, like I said, we didn't end up looking at it because I didn't want to enter the ballroom and lose all of our gems. But essentially what happened was, we found the last note saying, hey, there's something at the camp site by 2 birch trees. There's a hidden dig spot here, which gives you the conservatory. What this does, it can only be drafted in the corners of the mansion. So that's specifically where the laboratory is right now, or these other 3 corners. And if I bring it back up, where is it? Found 4 planes? Yeah. So it allows you to change the rarity. So it's like, if you wanted, in this case, like the Mechanarium to show up more often, you can make it common instead of rare and stuff like that. I've created all the stuff on my channel myself, Sarah. And if you're trying to sell it, look in the top corner of what I've put there. Thankful for the offer, but I won't be purchasing anything. Okay. But that's gonna be it for this run. There's not really anything else we can do. Oh, actually. Probably won't matter, but we do have these chests here. Okay, it might matter. We have 10 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's go through. No, security is 2 security doors. Check the boiler room then. It's fine, you're not the first. And I guarantee you won't be the last. It is against Twitch's terms of services, though. So be careful. Dining room. Oh, right. We still have the blessing of the chef. Did we have a locksmith? No, that was last one. Okay. We don't have a showroom. I have to get 5 more steps from this. Oh, sorry, 10 more steps. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a security door. Let's try this way. Guess this could be the office or an aquarium. Or it's the garage. When we don't have the car keys again. One of these days we'll get the garage and the car keys at the same time. But it's not this day. Ah, this is the wrong way. I wanted to go this way. Okay, aquarium would allow us to keep going up. Though we can't open this door because the only way to open this way is with the... Oh yeah, we're not getting to the antechamber today. Because the only way to open this door is with the Great Hall. And the middle's all full. This could be a greenhouse. Not, it's a chapel. See anything over there, so I don't think we need to go in. Office would allow us one more room. Okay, we did get the vault. But if we're gonna do anything else, we specifically need the key card. This costs 5. This is gonna be the trophy room, which we haven't seen yet. I don't think there's anything important in there. I'm gonna hit the closet and hope we get a key card so that we can go through the doors in security. We didn't. Should have taken the trophy room. Oh well. So that's gonna be it for this run. There's nothing else we can do. Okay. Move to the next site. Let's be a minimum. We got the foundation now. We got the pump room set up for the reservoir, I believe. Even if it's not perfectly set up now, we at least have the extra water out of the way. So we're able to have the reservoir and the fountain at the same setup. And yeah, that was day 17. It took 17 days for us to get the foundation. But like I mentioned before, the foundation will now, for the rest of the save file, always be in this location. You know what? No, I didn't have the study or the leadership. I was gonna say, we should have checked the... if we could do the, chess puzzle. But we didn't have any queens, so we wouldn't have had that. So let's grab this first. Do you think I want to go down below to see about the reservoir? Which I think we'll need to enter from the tomb side. Just in case that's the case, I'll grab the tomb. Money. Okay. Nothing in there. One was too low. Is it? Okay, we needed the boat on the other side to start with, but I think we need to lower it down one more. I think we do need it down 3. What's the cave? Oh, yeah, we do need to lower it down one more because the cave's still blocked. Okay, so this isn't fully solved just yet. I'm not going to bother with the antechamber just yet. I'd rather hold on to the steps. So we can get 2 more gems by going in there. hallway would be nice there. And store room for some keys. That was actually probably a poor idea, because the only openings are to the right. Let's go through here. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. We might very quickly be boxed in. Shovel. Sleeping mask. We'll get the salt shaker. Need this to go up. Okay. I've got the gem while I'm here. Okay, we want the drawing room. Give us 2 paths. No, I want that. Okay. I think we want to redraw that. Okay, pool's not the worst. It's also the only one that doesn't go to a dead end. Corridor will be unlocked. Close exhibit, we don't have a key code. So that would literally just be a dead end until we did. So let's go with the observatory. Key and 4-way doors. We do have a shovel. So we've used all our keys though. Oh, sorry, not keys, all our gems. Do you still think it's worth it though? Salty turnip. Ooh. So here we know that the shovel and a battery pack and maybe a broken lever makes something. We have the shovel. So we need the battery pack and the broken lever. As well as the workshop actually showing up. What is the rarity of the workshop? It's unusual. So that is rare, to be fair. Oh no, it's 3 out of 4 rarity. That's commonplace. Standard. Okay. Do have dig spots in here. Well, I don't see us running out of steps anytime soon. Okay. So we have the Great Hall. We know it'll be locked, but we also know that this has a key to the antechamber. I will place that down. I'm not going to spend my keys on there just yet, though. Okay. But give us another key. So there's the possibility of getting more gems. We have to take Great Room. This sucks. That's a lot of lost steps. 37. Okay, this... I think this runs a wash. I'll take the mailroom for the next one. Okay, East Wing Hall. Okay. Technically still have a way on the left. This will get us some gems back, which is a big issue we've been having. Start our next one with gems as well. Find something to buy. This will be nice. Okay. Archive's the only thing that'll keep going forward because you can't get through Rotunda. That'll open the one door here, so we know that the middle door in the Great Hall leads to the Archives. That'll allow us to keep going forward, I guess. We can get the pump room at least. So we need to lower the... We know we need to lower the water down one more. That... Let's try... One in here. Then kitchen. And the reservoir. Now. Okay. So, worst comes to worst, we can at least check to see if that's right.
which we might be doing now anyways. Unless this door is not locked. It is. Will that door count as being locked? It is. And that costs us a step. Wait. Well, know that for the future at least. Go through the observatory. Here. You locked? You're not, at least. Let's see what this is. Okay, security. Let's just put the dark room there. But that's gonna be it for that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all the way south. That's the reservoir's in the right spot now. We did have to put some water into the fountain. This is the big issue. So we can't go down there. Okay. Did I do that wrong? That looks like... I think I forgot to put the water from the reservoir down or something. Yeah, I messed it up. And I can't get back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can only make it to the cloister. 2 rooms short. Oh well. The bare minimum the next day. We'll get items in the doorway. So with 2 extra gems. But that'll be the next time we're playing this, which I don't have a set date for that, unfortunately. I'm glad we got the antechamber at least. So we completed the game. There's still a whole lot left to do in this game. I'll probably drop by and play this on and off. At points. But I don't have a set time when I'll be back to this. Nothing against the game itself, it's just... I want to finish my playthroughs of Andromeda and Ryza, and I have other Let's Plays in mind for what I'd be doing next. Holding off on mentioning what those are at the moment, just in case things change. But yeah. I'm happy we got the progress that we did. I do think like this will be a drop in, drop out type of game for the foreseeable future. It's basically if there's ever a time where it's like, okay, well, I missed a stream during a week because of X reason, or if I missed like 2 and it's okay, well, I don't really want to place when a story heavy part of, like, basically the same reason why I joined this time in the regard of Ryza, where it's like, okay, well, in a story heavy point of the story, I don't want to jump in and then go off for who knows how long. So we'll play Blueprints instead. That'll likely be what we do when we'll be back to this again as well. Nothing against the game itself, to be fair. It's just the main focus on my channel, I want to be on RPG games, because that's what I'll be playing for the most part. And unless like viewers want me to play a specific game, I'll more than be willing to play basically any game. Someone wants me to check it out. Like I said, in this game specifically, Blueprints is a fantastic game. If you love logic puzzles, if you love like puzzle games in general, this is a great game for you. In general, and myself, I do consider myself falling in that category, that I do love puzzle games. One issue I have the game with how I play, which isn't a knock on the game itself, it's just with how I play, I don't tend to take notes. So if I could have everything perfect, I was just like, oh, any notes that you would need would be within the game itself. You aren't required to have it on an external source. The devs made the right decision not to do that. I'm not saying the game would have been better had they done that. Chances are it would have been worse, because you would have stuff like the room puzzles, like if we count small gates. That code wouldn't have been as puzzly if it's just like, oh, you enter this room, it's like, oh, here's an E, because that's pretty much the only way that the game would do that. Unless specifically you were to enter a room, be able to grab an item that you would always carry with you, that you would like enter in the gate at that point. So I would guess it would be in the study, the first time you enter the study, because that's where they mention the puzzle fully. That if they had it in there, it's okay, well, you grab like an item there that will always be in your inventory that will allow you to enter a letter for each room so you can spell something else in game. So there would be ways around having stuff in the game like that, but that would have taken resources away from everything else that they've designed. When you could just as easily take notes. So that, like I said, that's not me trying to knock the game. I do agree that the developers made the right decision not to do that. The game would have just been better for me personally had they done so. But they weren't making the game for me. They were making the game for everyone. And I still enjoy it. So, like I said, they made the right choice. But I also know that... So it's like we've heard about the sigils. We heard about the classroom exam. Those two puzzles themselves would be so much easier had they had stuff in the game, because you would always have the notes and stuff like that there. So that's the whole point of like taking notes elsewhere, is to make those difficult. And those are post-game puzzles. So you want them to be difficult. But it's like, those will be very hard for me, so if I ever get around to doing those, the classroom puzzle specifically, I'll likely just fail. If I'm honest. If I ever get to that point. And it's just because of how many notes you have to take. If you want to pass that, you need to take notes. That's all that is. If you want that trophy,
you need to take notes. I'm not going to say where you get the information or anything like that. You'll have to figure that out yourself. I'm not going to spoil that. But that is something you would need to take notes for. The sigils that they mentioned, in order to solve those, you either need to take notes or be willing to sit and trial and error for a very long time. So again, you should take notes. Doing the like I've shown myself, like, you can complete the game itself without taking notes. Once you're into the post game, once you start doing more than just trying to reach room 46, you want notes. It's a good idea to make notes. If I come back to this, I might end up doing that at that point. I'll probably be kicking and screaming to try to avoid doing so. But it does help that a lot of, like I said, a lot of the puzzles I do know the answer to from watching other people's streams. So it's like Daya is someone who is recently playing Blueprints. He's the one that got, or they're the one that got me back into picking up the game, to doing it myself. I watched Bear Taffy. He's the one that got me first intrigued in it. I think I watched Rhapsody play a little bit as well. But the one thing that all three of those did that I didn't is they took notes. Or at the bare minimum, screenshots. But that was one of the reasons why, like, for the main game itself, I didn't want to do that, was because I had all that information. It was kind of, I already know what the solutions to these are. I don't need to take the notes to find what the solutions are. I need to check that my memory is solid enough to get those answers. As kind of penance for spoiling what the puzzles were by watching streamers play. And all things considered, I think we beat it in relatively quick time. So it took 17 days. No, 16. 16 days. We beat on day 16. Took 17 days to get the foundation. That, I don't know what happened there. Why it took so long. But yeah. That's gonna be it for the day. I'll be off tomorrow and Christmas, as I said. Likely Boxing Day as well. We'll see you on Boxing Day, specifically, whether I end up streaming. But I'll catch you next time. Bye.